Oh, that is not the right size for that. What do we do? Where is the button to do that? There we go. I don't know why that happens sometimes. Every once in a while, the like size of my desktop or something will be like off in the corner. I don't know. Let's put these over here. Also, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, or good night for all of you who are in different time zones. Hey, Xavier. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, we're good here. So kind of what I want to do today is experiment with some of the Bevy 0.15 animation APIs, but I want to do that by doing animation stuff in Blender and then pulling it in. I don't really want to do like really intense animation. So let me make sure that I have this big enough wherever the preferences are. There we go. The most understated YouTube stream. Yeah, well, I don't know. I could put a lot of effort into like scenes and et cetera, but I'm not a gaming streamer and I'm not like it's legitimately just programming and coding and making games and stuff. So like why do I need, you know, incredible whatevers? Yeah, I hear you. Hey Trevor, good morning. Hey Lamix, how's it going? So kind of what I want to do, which I was just starting to cover, is play with the new animation stuff in 0.15, but I want to do that by starting in Blender. I'm not going to really build like a real model. I'm just going to put some blocks together or whatever. We're going to rigify it. We're going to probably try to create some NLA tracks or something like that. Export that to GLTF. Bring that into Bevy. Maybe set up the new animation events to get something to happen in one of those animations. Probably not going to do like a full-fledged character controller. Probably not going to do like wow, I'm going to forget the name of the crate. Nope, not going to come to me. Probably not going to do like a full-fledged floating character controller or anything. Probably just going to play with the animation kind of stuff. And then we'll see where it goes from there. Yeah, Blender Bevy integration. Saved your rear in a pinch. Had all open source in your toolchain. Nice. Yeah, I think that the like export from Blender to GLTF, bring GLTF into Bevy is great for people who want to kind of define how they want to use GLTF in their own projects. And then higher level integrations like Blenvy and stuff are really nice for people who want to like have a 3D level editor and just get things into Bevy as quickly as possible. It also helps a lot with like components and attaching components to different pieces of a mesh or, you know, the things you're bringing in. But yeah, I think we're just going to go with GLTF export for today. So we'll just put this in the Rust Adventure org, I suppose. Cargo new, what are we going to call this? YouTube live, I don't know. YouTube live Bevy animation events. I guess I should put Blender in that name, right? Apparently VS Code isn't updated. That's all fine. Okay, so let's grab this, move it. I always forget. It's Z up, right? Yeah, there we go. and then it's not 0.5, it's going to need to be 1. So Blender does this amazing thing where it centers everything in all the axes, and the X or the Y axis in Bevy is actually the Z axis in Blender. So I think we're just going to scale this. I'm just going to pick an arbitrary axis to use as like the front or whatever. Let's do, which one is red? X. Let's squish that. I'm just going to create something like vaguely humanoid out of blocks. And, oh, enter edit mode before scaling. You mean to apply the scales, right? Yeah. I'll just make sure I remember to do that now. Cool. I want to be slightly up though. Add object. I think we're just going to stick with mostly cubes for now. And this is going to be kind of like 2 legs. So let's scale Z. No, what's the scale? Shift Z. There we go. Get some little stubby legs. You know what? You just told me to do it and I already forgot. Now the center of the object is the center of the world. Okay. Well, if that's the case, we should probably redo that. That's fun. Move everything up like we did before. Scale non-Z. Make this a little smaller. Make the... Nope, not the one I wanted. I always forget which one I'm looking at. Make this a little bit thinner, maybe. I mean, they are going to be positioned in the world at some point. So it's like, at this point, I'm not really working with scale or anything here either. Yeah, rigs can get complex very quickly. The other thing I wanted to do is make sure we had Rigify enabled. I don't want to get lost in like rigging today. I thought Rigify was built in. Maybe it's in add-ons. Maybe that's the Bevy 4 dot whatever. Yeah, okay, there we go. So extensions are the new thing? Add-ons are the old thing? I don't remember. Anyway, the plan here isn't very sophisticated, so I'm not super worried about it. Scale Z. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to make some changes, is the way that I'll put it. Again, this is not meant to be like a super um terribly interesting build. I rotated all of that, didn't I? I actually started working with Bevy yesterday. So far, your biggest problem is to remember to add your systems to the app. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get a warning if you know, the systems are not added because it's not going to know that you wanted to add them. I should have put a mirror modifier on this. Oh well. Again, I'm not generally concerned about whether this is like good or amazing or really anything at all. I just want to get something that looks vaguely humanoid. We'll get maybe a subdivision modifier in here. Yeah, we'll keep it real blocky because everything else is super blocky. Let's make sure everything is applied. Cool. So now we've got this little humanoid looking block thing. I think we've got some issues there though. Oh well. You do cool landscapes in Blender, but you have zero skill in designing live characters. I don't have much skill in designing live characters either. I need to get some serious work in on, you know, sculpting and doing stuff like that. You understand the theory and Blender functions around rigging animation, just can't model creatures, people. Yeah. There's not a lot of information on the internet about doing it either, which is funny. Major learning experience. Cool. Glad it's helping. It could be better to add the monkey head. Yeah. I don't want to make a monkey, though. I also don't want all of the geometry of a monkey, if that makes sense. Like, what is it? Oh, that defaults to facing the other way. Maybe that should have been like all of this geometry. I don't really want all of that. I don't want to have to deal with all of that at the moment. The point of doing this is that it's simple. No, Susanna's not high poly. It's just like this is so low poly that by comparison it's high poly. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. I do see the issue. I'm just not sure why it's doing that. Because if I just move this, there's only one object there. And it's a cube, so like the normals shouldn't have messed up through like a couple of scaling operations. So I'm actually not sure why that messed up so quickly. But you're absolutely right. It does look weird. It does look. And there's only one mesh inside of it. Unless we think that. No. It does look really weird on all of those, though. Yeah, and that new one doesn't have it. So let's actually. I don't know what I did wrong there, but we can just do this. There's a way in Blender to reduce vertices and surfaces under modifiers. Yeah. Like Suzanne isn't high poly, et cetera, et cetera. But like I said, we're using, you know, six surfaces for each of these objects, and then like the head is barely more than that. It's just like a subdivided cube. So like not particularly looking for any more than that at the moment. Yeah, I don't know what I did to these other ones. I must have hit a button at some point. Oh, delete the bad faces, yeah. You just uplifted your project to the release candidate, but realized the Bevy Inspector GUI is not yet compatible. Yeah, so that's one of the issues with the release candidate process. I guess it's not really an issue with the release candidate process necessarily. It is just like the release candidate process is more for crate maintainers to get up to date than it is for people to update their applications. So you think there's an extra face in here? I must have duplicated the vertices then, right? I don't remember when I did that, but clearly I did. Must have hit a button while I was reading chat or something. Thanks for the shortcut, Cram. Appreciate it. Hey, Kotaku. Cool. So now I need to figure out how to work with Rigify. I did do it on the wrong side. Okay, let me do that first. Let me undo the addition here. We're gonna move this. We're gonna rotate the whole thing. This is gonna be rotate on the Z. Because everything in Blender is facing this way. All I did there was R90 to get the exact rotation. I guess when I'm working in Blender, I should have like a keyboard shortcut thing up. Yeah. I'm not gonna probably do that. I don't really need it to be symmetric. I mean, I could. How much do y'all care about it being symmetric? Because we could definitely do that. I don't think it matters for what we're doing today, but absolutely. Mirror on the y-axis. I don't want to mirror object. Oh, I didn't name any of these cubes. Cube. Let's name this body. Let's do this on body. Cool. I probably have to realize that though. Before, I guess it can export automatically, can it? So let's take this, let's do the same thing. Mirror modifier. Y-axis. So now we have perfectly mirrored arms and legs. Oh, God. You think the rotation in object mode will cause issues later? Maybe. Let's do apply rotation and scale. No, that's not what I want. That is not going to let me do that for the things that we just mirrored, interestingly. Z fighting is when two, let's say, two planes are in the exact same Z index. So I don't know if you've ever worked with like CSS or anything, but Z is depth in Bevy. So what that means is that two things are in the exact same spot. So every frame, the GPU picks a different one to be in front because it doesn't know which one to do. When two textures have the same height, which comes for, oh, yeah. Explaining Z fighting. Okay, so let's add armature human. Probably should have switched to wireframe view, right? Yeah. Let's scale this. And then MetaRig body camera. I don't want to hide in viewport. I just want to make it unselectable. Send an example to Discord. What did you send an example of? Oh, Z fighting. Yeah. Also, if you want Discord to show up, it needs to be. You're shaking the camera too. If you want Discord to show up, it needs to be the first in the message. You thought that was only relevant in 2D games? Secret, 2D games are actually 3D games to a renderer. There's really no difference. You want to mirror around the x-axis, but because of the rotation, you had to choose y-axis, applying the rotation. Oh, got you. Yeah. Thank you. Let me deselect that then, and we'll go back to this. Let's go to this. Let's go X. And let's do this object, apply rotation and scale, and then that fixes that. Great. And then this has to be X. Great. So that all works. Thank you for that message. Yeah, Z index is ordering issue. That's also interesting for like a recent Bevy feature. There's my Chrome window. Let's see. Order independent transparency. OIT. There's a new example of it, but I want to look at the PR. So if you run this example and you switch it between order independent transparency and alpha blended, I believe is the other one, you'll see this issue where the calculation basically is done differently so that the order doesn't matter. Yeah, better to get those issues right at the start. Absolutely. Let's see. This to this. I don't want to unlink. I should be able to lock these, right? Hide in viewport, shift to set children, disable in renders. That's not what I want. I don't know where the lock button is for those. Yeah, the order independent transparency demo really needs to be seen to show what the problem is. Yeah. The funnel icon. So that would be this, and then disable in viewport, select, oh, selectable. That's what I want. Hold out indirect. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you. So we'll put head there, and then we need to, I guess, tab into the meta rig here. It's interesting that everything gets, oh, there we go. Okay. So we need everything below the collarbone. And then this is not going to work for me, right? Yeah. Is it actually scaling? Cool. That is actually scaling. It's only scaling the one bone, but maybe I'll make this a little bit more. Yeah, theoretically, you can get really, really, really... Well, the meta rig, yeah, I mean, we're gonna, like, we don't need any of these face muscles, right? So, like, those are just gonna get deleted, for example. The hands also, we don't really need, because there's no hand, right, on our mesh. So, like, I'm gonna do this a decent amount, too. And we could do our own stuff here, but... Why is that selecting everything? Minecraft Steve with realistic fingers. Also the feet. Yes, yes. Also the feet. Well, I don't know that also the feet. I feel like the way this rig in particular is set up, it's going to be easier to like grab this and move it if we keep the feet. And the feet aren't terribly complicated. You should move the hip way down. Yes, that's the thing I was going to do. But then I got into this issue where if I select this bone, it selects everything. And I'm not sure actually what I'm selecting there. That is the full. Is that the root bone? Is that why? Yeah. So maybe I could do this and... Guess these need to be way down here anyway. Oh, just move everything. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to, but okay. Yeah, fine. We can just do this. And I'll just move everything else back up. I guess really in that case I shouldn't have done this other work. So let's get rid of moving all of this down. Do I not have enough of a undo buffer to do that? Maybe we'll just do it over. So let's let's get our armature in here, rigify human. Scale this up a bit. Put the head somewhere. I guess make it a little bit smaller maybe than the intended. Oh yeah, I've got like 64 gigs in RAM. Scaling in object mode again. Okay, I'll undo it. All right. This is regular scaling. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. We could just move things. Rigging is super finicky. Yes. Yeah. I'm totally fine with doing a little bit of extra work here. I should probably be mirroring this somehow, but I actually don't know how to do that specifically. Change the center of rotation, center of scaling. Yeah. I think that in the future I will go back into this and dig deeper, and then when I actually figure out the right stuff here, then I will actually make a video on it and be like, hey, this is how I did it. Because it'll probably be useful for a bunch of people, not just me. But this is really only to get us into Bevy faster, not to be perfect. So as long as it like mildly works, I'm cool with that. Oh, it's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Also, this the bones in this vase look creepy as hell. So let's start with the right position in the collarbones, and then we will take probably this stuff and move it up a bit. Change the size of some of these bones. The transform center is the two circles meeting in a vertex. Yeah, Uncanny Valley for sure. The transform center is the two circles meeting in a vertex. The two circles meeting in a vertex. I'm not sure. You mean this orange dot down here, right? Cram is right. Okay, let me read what Cram said because I missed that. There's a shortcut to mirror somehow, but you don't remember what it is. As long as the bones are named something L or R, which I think they are. Yeah, that's one of the reasons that I wanted to use the Rigify stuff. Because I believe it sets up a bunch of things that I don't need to worry about. Also, I feel like the Rigify stuff is how people would do it if they wanted to do it for real. And like doing a single bone, if that makes sense, or like a 2-bone, 6-bone, whatever, is not really what people are generally looking for. I guess where do we put this one? Like right there, and then we make the other one the forearm. We basically created a forearm block. Delete bones. And again, I don't need this to be by any means perfect. The meta rig isn't the actual RAI of the meta rig functionality. This is just the base. You're supposed to put the bones roughly. Oh, you're supposed to put the bones and then generate the rig. Interesting. That's just the weight painting though, right? Like when you generate the rig, it generates a weight paint? Or are you saying that it's something else? Oh, it adds more bones for IK and FK and all that jazz. Gotcha. Maybe I misunderstood what the meta rig was supposed to do then. Maybe we should go back and just do individual bones then. But since I'm already done moving everything, I guess we just hit generate then, right? Okay, so basically I messed that up way too bad for it to generate. Upper arm L, input to rig type must be a chain of 3 bones. So I deleted a little bit too much here. So maybe we go away from meta rig. And just go with super awful default basic rig. Yeah, I found it. There was some issue with it. I don't know if it was actually an issue or if this new generation was actually the like result of the generation, if that makes sense. Like, did it generate anything here? I don't think so. I think it just fully failed. Yeah. Absolutely. So maybe we go back and do that instead. So now I need to add bones individually. I was hoping later on to actually uh, do something a little bit fancier, but I'm cool with leaving that. I'm gonna get yelled at for not scaling in edit mode again. I don't know about 6 bones, but bone for each box and then maybe a connecting for each. Yeah, I guess I could do 1 for each limb. It'll look a little weird, I think, but it's fine. I think the issue with this is Yeah, okay, there we go. I was going to say the issue with this is that I just don't know. I guess they don't need to be connected. And that's what you're saying. That's why you're saying we only need 6, because you think that we could do 6 individual bones. Yeah, okay. We could do that. And they probably don't even need to be in the same armature, right? I wonder if there's an easy way to align them to blocks. Let's stick the mirror modifier on this. Yeah, I think that's part of what we're gonna figure out on stream. I'm not a super experienced rigger, if you haven't noticed. So some of this is me figuring things out, especially in the Bevy context, because I feel like some of the stuff that will be useful in general is more information about this, even if I'm not an expert. So if I can figure it out, it'll help people, because not everybody has the time to just like mess around. The only thing is, if we do that, do we not get modifiers for some reason? Collection objects. Yeah, like a mirror modifier. You did some rigging, but it was 15 years ago. Yeah, okay. So let's just Shift D this then. I don't think it really matters how accurate this is. If I were better at this, I could probably pick like bone position to center of face or something like that. But it doesn't matter. Great. Now 2 more. Because I've moved for some reason the origin. Shift D, G, was it X? All right, so technically we have a rig. UV texture paint rendering is one of the problems with zooming in the Blender UI is you can't see anything in the above menu here. Modeling, UV editing. I know I need to put these bones to the meshes they affect. And I thought I was going to have it. But I think being zoomed in on the interface is actually affecting whether I can see that option or not up here. Let me do this for a second. Scripting, nodes, compositing, rendering. Okay, that's fine. Leg bones are upside down. Do you think they're supposed to be like this? Apply rotation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As always. Okay, let me save this so that we have something, at least. It's Bevy Jam stuff. Put this in Rust Adventure, Y Chi. Where's the name of this? I guess I name it when I save it? Oh, there it is, untitled. The weight painting needs to happen, yes. I do need to figure out where the weight painting is supposed to happen. If you select the rig and mesh, you can search for the automatic weight paint option. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. Which search bar? I did select the rig first. Armature selected. And then I select these cubes and stuff. I guess because they're all different, it might be an issue, but so this needs to be selected last then. What happens if I hit space? It runs the animation. So in that case, you're saying this needs to happen. Mesh curves, grease pencil. Yeah, that's definitely one of the issues with Blender in general. It's not going to be in there because that's search for something else. Sculpting, UV editing, modeling, texture painting, shading, animation, compositing. F3. Not on a Mac. Okay. Well, let me go to my keyboard preferences and figure out what the keyboard shortcut for search is. What can I set this to that isn't going to conflict with other things? Let's do page down. Page down is something I will never hit. I didn't even know that that was what that would have been. Perfect. Well, Macs have function keys and they have like alternative functions on them too. But I'm not using like a specialized Mac keyboard, so the function keys are my num row because it's a 60% keyboard right now. So I can either I use 60% when I'm doing Blender stuff. I need to probably get 100%. Um, but the other option is like I could take my Moonlander and go remap the keys and everything, but like that's not gonna happen right now. So what am I supposed to be searching for here? Armature. Remap all the keys. Auto weight paint. I don't think it's in here. I don't see anything to do with weight painting. No need for shortcut. In the 3D view top panel on the left, change to edit mode to weight painting. Yeah, about that. How about I switch to Dvorak on stream while we're at it? Yeah, exactly. UV image, graph, nonlinear, outliner, yada yada yada. Dope sheet timeline, graph editor drivers, nonlinear. Yada yada yada. UV editing. Nope. 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 I think this is the time for a Google search. Ha, okay, so. Yeah, Alan's voting for key remapping. Weight painting color code, normalized weight workflow. Let's go up a level. Yeah, obviously we would paint it over. Okay, so armature with the other things selected or not? So you think it's because of the selection? No. Okay, we are in edit mode for the armature. Select the meshes. Okay, select message. Select meshes, select armature, then go to edit mode. Control P. I believe I am. Okay. So it does something different if I've just clicked and if I'm hovering. Cool. Okay. So then we've got object with transforms, armature deform with automatic weights is what I assume. Yeah. Or machu. Okay. Done, they say. I don't know where we... Oh, now we can get weight paint because now we have things to weight paint. That makes more sense. We should probably rename these bones too. Why is it not selecting the bones? My selectability is invisible again? Sure. But that's not the issue with the armature, right? Oh, you now have weight paint because the active object is a mesh. Okay, got you. Okay, so if I go to pose mode in animation, which is not available because I'm not selected on the right thing. Armature. You mean for viewing the meshes, Xavier? Okay, top armature selected. We have exited exit mode. We've selected the armature. We're listening to the Blender experts in chat. Pose mode. We have entered pose mode. I think one of the issues is that I was trying to check because it looked like only the head was weight painted. I should be able to move the bones now. Yeah. So this seems like it's an issue with the mirror modification that needs to be applied before we actually do the bones. Yeah, definitely need to fix the weight paint. So if I am selected on, I guess I feel like I'm having a really hard time figuring out which mode I'm in and whether this menu can pop up or not. Because like body is here, it should have weight paint. Here's weight paint. And then yeah, the mirror needs to be applied. Yeah. And then I guess the weight should be per bone, right? Ah, okay. I can select that up here. Perfect. So I need to rename the bones because otherwise I will have no idea what I'm doing. And then I can come back in here. I can get the weight painting done. I need to go back to modeling and apply the mirror modifier. Well, the mirror modifier was applied in edit mode, so now we only have one of them. So I need to actually go in and split them, right? I guess technically not, but You don't think I need a split? Okay, they actually select independently now, which is what I needed. So let's go back to weight painting then. Actually, let's not do weight painting yet. Let's do bone naming. The bones, for some reason, are no longer selectable, and I really don't know why. I do know the original bone was the body. And then we did the left arm if it's facing us. You're in edit mode of your arms where bones make no sense. Okay, so sure. Okay, so I need to do the edit mode for the bones. Okay, got it. So this is going to be arm L. Arm R. Leg L. Leg R. And then we don't have a head, which is fine. We can always add a head bone. So now when we go back into rendering? No, not rendering, animation. Then to weight paint, I can select a mesh. Do we tab into edit mode? No, we don't. This is, I feel like, the confusing part for me. When does this extra menu show up? Oh, go to object mode and then select and then it, oh man. And people think Vim is tough. The contextual menus here are wild. Okay, so weight paint for cube 3 for bone leg R should be blue because it should be unaffected. And then same for L. And then bone arm L needs to be modified. How do I, oh, the weight probably like this. Why do I feel like this is really not the right way to be doing that? Is it just me or does this feel like terribly inefficient as a way to weight paint this? It's eventually easy. Yeah. I imagine it's just like Vim, right? Where like contextually you can end up in different menus and different things working based on what you just pressed, etc. And then for bone arm R, we need to reverse that. So the weight comes all the way back up. I wonder if this is like my computer struggling with this or not. Or if this is just like, I'm doing this wrong. Joey Carlino. Okay. Thank you for the note. I will look at that later. I probably just don't have a lot of vertexes, and thus it's like desperately trying to figure out what I mean. Yeah. Okay. That's exactly what I thought was happening. Okay, so for this, and then we look at body and it's all blue, so that should be fine. So now, let me save this so that we have it. And if I go back into what, object mode, click the armature, go into pose mode. Where are my bones? Bone arm L. I missed one of the vertices. It looks like. Also, that bone looks like it is somehow not got the transforms applied or something like that. So let's go back to cube 3 in object mode, weight paint. And this is for bone arm L. And for some reason it's pulling in a vertice over here, and I can't tell why. Oh, that's object mode, last mode? Okay, I thought it was just edit mode. Yeah, you know of the issue with the bone, but you don't know how to fix it? Yeah. Got to be relative to the root bone. We don't have, I guess we have a root bone because it's the armature, but. So you're saying in edit mode, I can do this, which my selections are not going through. Because I don't have the right. That's good enough for now. And then you're saying that I can set the weight here somehow. So if I go here, bone arm L on that should weight 0. And then if I do the same thing over here, bone arm L should weight 1. So theoretically, instead of weight painting, I have just set the. You gotta hit the assign button to make it out. Okay, cool. Yeah, all right. I'm headed back. I'll go back. Okay, cube 3, this. Also, I forget what option it is to select all the vertices, even though they're not visible. So let's assign that. And then let's do this. That selected everything. Okay. And this needs to be 0. And then I need to assign. I get no notification that worked. If you hover over a mesh, the L key will select everything connected. Oh, really? Let me see that. Oh, linked. Okay, that makes sense. Sweet. Thank you. Okay, so with that in mind, I think that we've set this correctly for that particular bone. So back into object mode. Back into pose mode. Back into playing with the arm. And now we don't have an issue with the other hand, which is wonderful. That's exactly what we wanted. So now it's just a matter of doing that for the other 6 bones. Yeah, the bone itself is somewhere is wrong in some respect. I don't know exactly why it's wrong, but I'm going to focus on the weight painting first, I think, and then I'll go back and try to fix the transform. Because we need to go object mode, we need to go back into cube 3, we need to go into edit mode, we need to select the bone arm R. This is going to go to 0, which is exactly what we want. And then this is going to go to 1, and we assign that. So let's get out of edit. Let's go edit for cube 1. And this will do leg L first. Just assigning weights to bones and blocks. So that should be the legs. And then we need to do the body. Select, go to body. Bone body should be 1. And then this should be 0. This should be 0. That should be 0. That should be 0. Oh, Alt-C for like select everything else. Cool. Don't ask me where. I just know it's a common thing with the technically easy fix if you know where to look. Yeah, that looks like it was a scaling issue. Right. Because if the bone is being affected by movement more than the mesh, then I think that it's it has a multiplier on it. Okay, and then the head is really affected by nothing, I guess. We don't have any... So probably, I think it's already 0. So I don't think I actually need to worry about it because there's no bone in it. So now, if we go back to the armature, we go into pose mode. If we take the body bone, that looks like we need to modify a couple things. That's fine though. We take the arm moves. We take the other arm moves. The leg has an issue. The other leg has the same issue, so I must not have selected one of the vertices. And then we just need the body influence on these other things to also be 0. And I think we're good. You're back. First thing you hear is scaling issue. Did somebody scale an object mode again? I don't know who would have done that. Xavier, definitely not me. Definitely not the streamer on screen. Definitely 100%. Must have been somebody else. The actual issue is no longer an issue, it appears, though. So I don't know exactly what happened there. I think it was probably related to the weight painting, honestly. My guess is that because the body bone was affecting the arm, it was pulling the arm back. Yeah. Basically the same thing that's happening to the legs right now was happening to the arm, and thus the bone was moving further and not pulling it all with it. So we're back into object mode. That's going to be my Blender video. It's going to be big titles, object mode, and then like half a second of clip, edit mode, half a second of clip. I'll get the Halo announcer to announce my titles for me. That won't be annoying at all. Okay, so we need to fix the body here. It's actually not the body we need to fix. It's the these need to be not affected by the body. So it's actually that. Same thing here. Bone body, assign a weight of 0. And I actually think that that is close to right. I think maybe the... Is the second sneeze coming is always a question. Okay, so head here. I feel like I should name this. Let's go. We're in object mode, so we can go into pose mode, so we can go test our bones. Body bone. I don't know what I'm going to do with the body and the head, so I think I'm okay with it moving both of them. Arm. Arm. Risk 5. Intel. You're a 2 sneeze kind of guy? Yeah, I feel like I do 2 usually. Sometimes I just get 1 and then it's just blows the back of my head out and I don't do a second. You would join all the meshes in a single mesh. Even though they're separated, Xavier? Why would I want to root though? Because I'm probably, well, I guess if we're going to do a running animation, we're not going to do it in place. I'm going to do a modifier for the movement forward and then remove that when I go to export. There's occasionally 17 in a row for no apparent reason. It's because you keep going out into the sun repeatedly and then going back inside and then out into the sun. Can make the body the root. So if I join them all into a single mesh, is that going to mess with the weight painting, you think? Probably not, because that information is already all set, right? Yeah. Because it's all on the vertices, right? All right. Let's do... Let's see if chat can type faster than I can select the wrong option. J for join. Oh, let's get out of edit mode first. Let's do this. I see Alan's testing out his new Dvorak layout. J is not joined for me right now. Join with the body selected. Well, now I've hit a bunch of keys, and that's not good. Try to undo whatever key I just hit here. Oh, set parent. That's not what I want. Still not what I want. Playing with Bevy RC became playing with Blender pre-RC. I did parent and not join. That is absolutely true. Do you think it's Control J? Oh, became the legs. Let's make it the body. Okay, so we've got one mesh. We've got weight painted bones. We've got no animation, but that's fine. Because we're at a point where we can do animation. It's only been an hour and a half too. It's a 4-hour stream, so. And now we've made it. And now everybody that watches the last hour and a half is just going to scream at their computer going, "You're doing it wrong." Okay. Let's get a save in here. Deep breath. Yeah, in principle, I could apply a shader to the whole mesh, right? And then do whatever I wanted to the entire thing. 4 hours that will run into your midnight. Yeah, so it's 8 a.m. for me when I start. It's only 9:30 right now. So I usually just go for 4 hours on Saturday morning for me. Yeah. If you export it like this, it's going to be all wrong because the bones will move weird. What is the issue with the bones? Go to pose mode and try to move the arms. Okay. Whee! The left arm goes to the right. No, I think we fixed all the weight painting. So as long as the weight painting is persistent, the only thing that we don't have is like the body and the head are the same, which I don't really care about. I just want some bones and stuff. Now we know where you are, U.S. West Coast. Yeah, that was. Sorry to say that was already public information. I am in San Francisco. Then I think you're really ready for animation now. Yeah. Cool. Save this, make sure it's saved. Is that in California? Yes. West Coast, US, California, north end of California. Whatchamacallit? San Francisco, like Bay Area. SFO, you must be rich. SFO is the airport. The airport is not in the city. You should have known by the angle of the base cap. You mean the hat I'm wearing? Oh, I'm sorry to inform you. I learned the angle of my hat in New York. Not on the West Coast. That was always funny when I was younger, though. Older people, the older people I didn't want to associate with would always complain about my hat angle. And I knew I could like avoid those people because they cared too much about little stuff like that. Yeah, I don't want to do fancy stuff. We have the bones. The bones are weight painted onto the mesh. The arms move. I don't even really need the animation to be really great. I just need the animation to have a track that we can pull in from Bevy. So I guess we should start by making sure this exports. And then we can move from there. I probably should have done an export way sooner, but I did not. I also need to get rid of some of these directories. Okay, so we're exporting to GLTF or GLB, I guess. Yeah, let's do GLB. We could always unpack it. We're going to include animation. We're not going to be doing shape keys, so that doesn't matter. Make sure the armature stuff is included. Looks like there's some other options here in case any of our animations go wonky. We could limit to selected objects. Let's do renderable objects because that'll get rid of the camera, right? We don't really need the camera. Well, not renderable because the bones aren't renderable, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, I missed a couple. Animation works with iSystem keyframes. Yep. Used to be from Portland. Didn't live in the airport. Didn't live in the airport like Tom Hanks. Thankfully, that looked painful. You can also do the record button just to have more frames. Auto insert every change. Record button. Is the rig renderable? I don't think so. You heard something about solar power. I know nothing about solar power. I do not have like my own place in San Francisco. It is a city after all. So as a renter, I do not have solar power and do not know anything about it. So I guess the cameras aren't exported by default and we would have to include them. So let's just export that. And then we can get in Bevy over here. Welcome to Bevy. The name of the stream, finally. I don't know what application builder is. I need to get rid of whatever extension that is. So a couple of interesting things. If you're in VS Code, you can like deconstruct your GLB. Why is my cursor selection not working here? Let's do a new VS Code window because that one seems to be messing up for some reason. Okay, so import from GLB, select the GLB, import it. You get to save this out wherever. It's now a GLTF with a separate bin for any of the data. You can also preview the 3D model right in VS Code, which is really cool. This will not use like the same rendering engine as Bevy. But it will let you see stuff and make sure that it like works somewhere. Solar power in San Francisco. Every time you're there, it's overcast. Yeah, Carl, the fog. Our good friend Carl is always there. If it weren't for Chris and Alice, you would have given up on Rust. Oh, well, I'm glad we kept you involved. I hope you're still enjoying it. There's even a GLTF viewer built into Windows these days. That's cool. So we can see a bunch of these, like, I don't know why we have something named Spine 5 in here. Oh, you know what? This actually looks like it never got rid of the MetaRig stuff. The MetaRig data is still inside of our Blender file. I think. Yeah. MetaRig. So let's actually delete that. MetaRig here, even though it's not being rendered. Let's delete that entirely. Save. I think we don't really have anything else. Is there a export? Disable and renders, hide in viewport, export from view layer. Okay, the camera might come along for the ride. That's what the you think that's this too? WGTS. Well, I think we can just delete it then. Worst case scenario, I just messed everything up. But that's life. Okay, let's do this. We'll overwrite that file. We will import from GLB. Get that. We will overwrite the GLTF we were just looking at. And now this is significantly smaller. So now we've got bone body, bone arm L, bone arm R, body armature, and all the MetaRig data is out of it. Not that you would ever really look at this GLTF JSON. But for very basics, it can be very cool. You can see scales that aren't one. I can see scales that are like very, very slightly not one. I think those will round. I wonder what the significant digits for this number are. It looks probably fine. I actually, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that I am surprised when things do not reset to one exactly, especially since they're floats, especially since I think they're using languages that don't differentiate necessarily between floats and integers. Like in JavaScript, I would expect to get some weird, like, extended number. Okay, so we actually don't even have a Bevy app yet. So let's get use. We actually have to cargo add Bevy. And I think we're going to cargo add Bevy at 0.15 rc.3. Let me make sure that that is actually the current. I don't think there's an RC4 out right now, but, you know, anything can happen while you're sleeping. Yeah, 0.15.0-rc.3. 0.15.0-rc.3. And then we use Bevy, prelude, star, app, new, .run. And technically this won't do anything, but we can run that. You think this is due to, because Blender uses F32s, but Python and the GLTF exporters, Python uses F64. That's interesting. I could see that being the case. It does feel silly. I also don't know that it matters in the vast majority of cases. And my impression of people who are doing things in an editor is that they don't really care about numeric integer level accuracy, right? Because a lot of the level layout that I see people doing is not lock it to this position, but is actually nudge it a few pixels this way, in which case a lot of the values are going to be things like 3.00251 or something like that, you know? Yeah, I mean, like, could it cause issues? Sure. Is it going to? Probably not. Are there much bigger games with that scattered all through the entire, you know, level because you can't really control that when you're exporting from Blender? Probably. Okay, so the first thing I think we're going to do here is go check to make sure that we are up to date with our GLTF importing or GLB import. I don't remember if those are in their separate folder. I think they might be in 3D these days. Yeah, load GLTF. So in this case, oh, we need default plugins too. Let's just get a random. Scene root is what we're using these days. So GLTF asset label scene 0 from an asset. We're going to add the default plugins as well as a setup system. We're going to need commands in that because we're going to spawn this. I guess we grab their light and camera config as well. We're not going to use the environment lights. And I'm probably going to get rid of that shadow config as well because we don't really need either of those things. The other thing that I might do, I think Bevy asset loader is updated to 0. 15 RC. So we might work with that too. No. You see, out of bounds glitches are a feature, not a bug. What else would the poor speedrunner community if those weren't around? I guess they would work harder. Directional light, shadows enabled, sure. Let's not do... I don't know. The shadow builder stuff isn't required for this. But it's not effort for us to include it either. So this will need to be character.glb, and hopefully that will be scene 0. We use scene root these days instead of scene bundle, I think was the old thing. So hopefully this will load in our GLTF and we'll see our character after the GLB loads in. We might have the camera in the wrong spot. It might take a second for the GLB to load in as well. So maybe we do those optimizations that we're supposed to do. These two, which I wish were in the same code block because I do this all the time. So if you haven't worked with Bevy before, or if you haven't worked with it enough to see these settings before, this is optimizations for third-party packages like Bevy, so that things like the asset loader and etc. work appropriately fast with optimizations, and then a small amount of optimization for our code. And that means that we don't need to do cargo run release. Let's see if you can get this to work before you leave for dinner. How long do we have for you to leave for dinner? I mean, the GLTF loading should go easily. Unless I've done something horribly, horribly wrong. But if there's anything wrong, I assume that it's going to be a very simple fix. I don't know, any moment now. Okay. Okay, so we've got character.glb. We are spawning in a scene root using scene 0 from character.glb. If you look at the GLTF, scene 0 should have nodes in it. Which should be the mesh with the armature and stuff. So that looks okay to me. I think also I scaled the character way up, right? So probably a safer bet would be to make this transform like 10-10. 10-10-10 maybe. So it's like out, over, and up, and then looking at the center. We've got about 50 dependencies to compile. Since I changed the optimization level, Bevy is compiling at a higher optimization. Yeah, making the animation in Blender and playing it in Bevy might take longer, for sure. But we should be able to see the GLTF in a second here. And then I'm going to probably try to play with the NLA track editor or something like that, pull it back into Bevy, try to fire off some events based on that animation. I think Rust's main job is compiling dependencies. I mean, how do I think about this? I think about this in a number of different ways. Rust does have a compile time. From what I'm told, the actual compile time of an appropriately set up Bevy and an appropriately set up like Unity aren't that different. Also, I enjoy the things that Rust gives me because it means that I don't necessarily need to compile to write code, etc. If you hit the record button, the animation should go quick. Yeah, gray button. The mesh will get standard materials. That is the default. So anything that you pull in from GLTF will get a standard material for Bevy. Yeah, the way I look at it is like the work can either be done like at runtime or on a user's machine, or it can be done at compile time or in CI or something. And I would much rather pay the trade-off to have that work done in CI so that I get a faster binary and such. Yeah. Once the base is compiled, the incremental compilation will go really quickly as well. Like this is, I just changed the optimization level for Bevy, so it's compiling Bevy basically in release, but not my own code. So there's our little character. We don't have a camera moving around, but we do have a directional light. So we are rendering. The scaling is not negative in this case. Okay, so now we need an animation. What's the best way to do an animation? Actually do an animation? I guess we could do the record button, right? This little gray circle, auto keying. 109 minutes for Hello World and GLTF. To be fair, it was all in Blender. It's my lack of understanding of Blender that is the issue there. Let's just have it wave, I guess. First, click the record button. The automatic keyframe insertion button, you mean? And now arm right. I think you're right, absolutely, Xavier. I was gonna try to get something to go really quickly, but let's do a keyframe on R here. Also, I do wonder if we do an animation here, is it going to export in the GLTF, or do we have to do an NLA track for that? I think we have to do NLA tracks. I guess technically speaking, it's all data, right? So it comes out, but instead of Bevy reinventing the wheel for an editor, why not somehow fork or partner with Blender? Because Blender is a 3D modeling and animation tool and not a game engine tool. So even if you try to do that, I think there are things that you need for Bevy that you don't need for Blender and vice versa. Okay, where's the keyframe button? Playback, keyring, set start frame, play audio, set end frame. Let's do like a 24 frame animation. And then marker, not marker, keyframe type, keyframe. Insert keyframe. I guess that's I, isn't it? We don't have any channels yet. Blender failed at game engine integration, so why not Blender and Bevy since they complement each other? Yeah, I think Blender is a more widely used tool than just Bevy, and in like doing that integration with Bevy might be weird. but oh, dang, that just worked. Okay, cool. No, that's not what I want. I want the bone. It's going to be the worst wave ever. Why is that not working? Oh, did I not key the bone? I thought I did the original. Okay, let's. Maybe I did that in the wrong mode. Let's get back to the original. And then I need to key this. Right? Armature action, object transforms. Is there no way to view the individual bone? In pose mode though, it's gonna wreck me, all these different modes. Okay, so that R bone arm R. There we go. So here, I guess we do another keyframe, but we move it. And I didn't keyframe that, so it didn't actually do anything. Oh my god. Why did I lose that? Oh man. I hit H? I didn't hit H. I don't think I hit H. See, Alt H on a Mac is also hide the application. You're telling me I hid the channel in the dope sheet? I don't think I hit H anyway. I don't see any indication that I hit H. The cat walked on the keyboard. I definitely, okay, you definitely hit H. I saw the pop-up. Cool. Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate you. So let's just rotate this. Let's not mess with anything else. We'll just rotate. And then we will do another keyframe here a little bit faster. Go back up. Insert. And then that should go back, right? No, I need to do this. How do I copy this position to the end keyframe? Manual frame range, create pose asset. Copy. It's got to be a copy, right? We got a wave. You're saying Shift D on, always move to the first frame, move the object, insert the keyframe. Yeah, you don't need to insert it first. Sure. Copy is always Control D. You can select the keyframe and duplicate, so I should be able to do this, Shift D, and then drop this over here. And theoretically, we should have a continuous wave. Sick. The issue with that is that it's not named anything. So I don't know how I'm going to access it when we export. Did I hide my terminals? Okay, so we've got the GLB. Let's import it so I can take a look at what this is called currently and what the data looks like. Hey, Trevor. You can give a name to the action animation. Cool. Armature action, step. We can just do it by index. I don't like doing things by index. You're waving to the guy. We're all waving. Sometimes streamer brain doesn't kick in. Okay, so what? This is armature action that we need to rename? Custom properties. No. You can name the animation in the outline. Oh, you mean in here? Armature action. Let's lowercase this. So wave. Okay, cool. I am more familiar with the results of the NLA track editor, where each of those is selectable. So I'm actually less familiar with the current approach that we're using. So import from GLB, save that out, replace, overwrite, and now this should have wave in here. This does have wave in here. Sweet. So if we have wave in here, then we should be able to take a look at the new version of the animation stuff. Which has its own example folder. What do we want to do? We probably want to either look at animation graph. I want to play with masking today too. That would be very cool. The Fox also has some of that, but it's a little bit more complicated. And then events is the other thing I want to play with. So let's take a look at the graph. This is trying to save it out to a RON file. We've tried to do that before. I don't love it. GLTF skinned mesh sounds related. a lot of the animation stuff changed from 0.14 to 0.15, especially around. Actually, I don't know if the current blending PR made it into the RC. Let me check that quickly. Rename animation graph. Is that going to happen? Blend graph. This is from last week. 0.16. Okay, that's not going to happen for 15. It's really nice that those get added to milestones. Okay, this PR specifically, this was opened and merged, but the question is, did this make it into the release? Pushed a commit 5 days ago. I think that would have been to the release branch. And when did the RC come out? I think it came out more than a week ago. Do we not have that information on here? Dang. I actually don't know if we put the RCs on GitHub. Yeah, there we go. So the RC3 is from 2 weeks ago. That PR just made it in. So actually, I probably want to be working off the main branch, unfortunately. Not the main branch, but the release 0.15 branch. Because otherwise our blending is going to be weird. So we'll start with this. We'll get the animation to play. And then once we start going into doing actual animation blending, we'll probably upgrade from the RC to the main branch. Because specifically, the way blending works in the animation graph tree changed. I think it's more intuitive now, but that didn't go in an RC yet. Okay, so the animation stuff is a little bit finicky is the wrong word, but what is the right word? Like it saves out to a RON file and stuff like that, which we don't need to do. So a lot of this code is actually just going to get removed. Scene root, transform, ground. Animation graph is stored in an example animation graph component, which has a handle to an animation graph. It has the example weights. I feel like I wish there was a simpler way to do this. Maybe in the future. Maybe we'll get one. So let's pull in the code for setting that asset up programmatically. We're not going to save and we're not going to run on WASM. So we're going to get rid of all the save code there. We do need to pull in that one. Let's call him Simon the Devious, better than body. It's a little bit involved. You mean the animation stuff, Cram? I think the issue currently with Bevy animation is that a lot of the lower level tools are falling into place, but not a lot of the higher level tools are there, right? So we have to build up the animation graph ourselves and go pull out the clips and things like that. Whereas it would be nice if this just was already automatically constructed from, you know, the GLTF information, which unfortunately is currently not. We don't need a blend on the root Oh, that's just a blend mode. That is not. Okay, in any case, we don't need blending. We're going to get rid of this. Right now, we just have this one animation, so we're not going to really worry about anything yet. Commands, asset server, animation graphs. So we create a new animation graph. We add a clip using animation 0. I would really like to work with a name here. I don't know that we actually can. So unfortunately, we'll be going with animation 0 for now. Yeah, oh yeah, XGLTF metadata not being considered. So this is very much like the low level stuff. If you're looking for something that's higher level, Blenvy is working on that higher level where you can just do things in Blender, save it out, and then just get it in Blender and it just works. Yeah. Does this release have anything new related to asset baking? I actually don't remember. I think there are generally improvements relating to assets going in. Let's see if there's a draft version. There's a draft migration guide, but I don't have it up right now. What did we call the last one? Quick start, bees, jam, migration guide, 0.14 to 0.15. It's a draft, so you have to type in the URL specifically. Let's see, animation, app, assets. Obviously, some of this is not written out, so don't think that this is the end state. A lot of these docs are getting written this week, or next week, I guess. There were some improvements to async stuff that I remember. The ability to depend on things that are loaded in async fashion. It doesn't look like there's too much in here. Again, this is just the migration guide, so there's another document that's being written for like new features, but I think what I would say is that some light improvements have been made. I've seen some of those go in, but not like any major asset baking feature. I think the APIs that I've seen go in make it easier to use, but it's not like, I don't know, it's not like a major asset baking release. Hot off the presses, right on the cutting edge. I suppose technically this is before the presses. Yeah. This is this is at some point Chris is going to make a Bevy 0.15 video, but the 0.15 release isn't out yet and isn't going to be for the next week. So early. We are early. But all that stuff does get written before the release. It is a hard blocker for the actual release going out. So we'll see. Okay, so that's the animation graph. We're just doing this like, I don't know that we actually need to store this like this. Where's the... Setup assets, setup UI. This is just the animation graph. This is the animated fox. The fox has the scene root and the transform. And then there's a ground plane. This is a bunch of UI stuff that probably should be in a different file. Here's initialize animations. That queries for any entity with an animation player, which is what we get by default when we spawn in this scene. The animation graph is a resource that got created in the other function that we already wrote, then it tries to insert the animation graph handle with the weights. So I think we can just do this in our setup. I don't think we need to have a separate function for this. That's weight dragging, the UI updates, syncing the weights from the UI to the actual stuff. There's a lot in this example that is like legitimately for the UI of the example and not for animation. So technically this is the code that we would need for that, but we already have the animation graph here. We have the handle here. We already know what we're going to create that on. So we're going to do all of this in our setup. We don't need this resource because I don't think we need to access it like that. The animation player, animation graph, we need this query to pull up. So that's, again, querying for any entity with an animation player, which our spawned in GLTF will have. This iterates over all players. That iterates over all players. See, this is one of the things that's interesting too. This iterates over all players, but the players won't exist until the GLTF is spawned in. So we might have to do this in a different way. Init animations. Query, when does init animations run in the example here? I do kind of wish these examples were a little bit more targeted towards like somebody trying to actually use the feature and not be like a feature demo, if that makes sense. Yeah, so that just runs an update. Like, what is the most basic way to set up an animation graph and use the animation? Would be a better example than this, which is like a whole bunch of boxes and stuff. Yeah, well, this stream is prereq for making a video on it at some point. So all the stuff we just covered up to this point will go into a video at some point. Is an animation graph needed just to play an animation? I don't think so, but it is the way that everything is set up, and it's the way all of the demos show anything, right? So like even in here, I believe we have an animation graph. Like everything, this is actually not an animation graph. It's a blend graph. So yeah, technically I don't think you need it to play animations, but it is the way that everything in Bevy wants to be set up, or the wants to be set up is the wrong phrasing. It's the way that every demo is written. So doing anything else feels awkward. Oh, this animated fox actually has a better example. Because the scene will load, setup scene once loaded will run, probably this is not an observer. So when is this running? This is running in update. That's the other thing. Like, why are these running in update? I feel like these should all be observers. Because if you run it in update, then this needs to like stop itself from running. No, we have a added animation player here. Yeah, so in a real game, it's probably needed, but not in our case. Exactly. And I do want to have, I do want to do masking. So we do want the animation graph for the stuff that we're going to do. The fox never stops running. Well, you can stop the fox from running, but I can actually pull that up, I think. Well, the animated fox does a number of things. It's not just, let's see, I think in temp I actually have the current Bevy. Release 0.15.0. Here's 0.15.0. Okay, so if we cargo run example animated fox, this will take a second because it includes a bunch of stuff. But it is not just like a fox running. Yeah, they added particle effects to it, mesh particles actually. So they added mesh particles based on animation events when the fox's feet hit the ground. But these animation examples are like very big, right? And most of the code in them is not animation related. So like this is 400 lines of code, but how much of it actually is necessary for animation? I think the animated fox one is probably better off than the other one. The animation graph one is 600 lines of code, and the vast majority of it is like, here's a node rect. And like set up node lines and, you know, build the UI. And I think that we would be better off from a teaching or from a pedagogical perspective if we had a separate directory for like feature demos. So this is the Fox demo currently. And this one got rid of all the UI for some reason compared to the other one. I guess this one was around before the animation graph UI. That's why. So we can pause it completely. Arrow up, down, speed. We can pause and then like seek forward by frame or seek backward by frame. Apparently we can play it a number of times as well. So like this 1, 2, 3. Or you can loop it forever. Apparently there's the walking animation is also included in here. So it's walking, head turning, running, etc. So animation graph for a bunch of stuff, but not animation graph for any individual. Later, Cram. Thanks for hanging out. And then the animation graph one, why it's so much code is this. Because you get these like draggable things to do the blending. So here's run, here's the root, here's the blend node that you saw in the code, here's running. This is like running and walking blended at 50%. Or you could like run and idle, which is the head movement, etc. So it's like building this UI is at least half of the code. Okay. So when the scene is attached, we need to look for the so if we go into, what is it? Is it going to be in scene? Yeek. There's a new observer that we can use. Scene instance ready. Yada, yada, yada. Man, this doesn't end up being a great experience from a docs perspective. Oh, I'm in 0.14, that's why. Okay, there we go. Scene instance ready, I think is still what it's called. See also triggered on a scene's parent entity when create scene instance becomes ready to use. So we can technically .observe trigger. So this is an observer for the scene instance ready event. We'll just debug triggered for that. And then I'm going to ignore some of this other stuff for now so we can see that code run, including the animation initialization. This is not observe anymore, is it? It is add observer. Okay. So if we run, then we should have our scene root spawn in. Our scene root spawns in, and then we see triggered here because we're debugging. So at this point, I think we can do the queries that we need to do. So let's find out if that's true. For player inquiry, not run the example, run our code. Player. So we do see a player, which is great. And in our case, I think we want to take this and put it there. This is, unfortunately, a really awkwardly positioned function. I think we can just pull this out and do, what do we call this? Enable animations. And then we need asset server. So for player in query, animation graph, grab the clips. We're just assuming that it's the right GLB. We can change that in the future. Or we could run this observer on this specific scene route as well. So that's that. And then init animations requires this code to run. This is our handle. We don't need to insert. We do, however, this is for entity player. So this has to happen in here. So Simon is called body in Blender, character in the GLTF name, and player in Bevy. Poor dude. Yeah, maybe we'll update the names here so that they can live as a single entity if they want to. This is for not player entity. This is entity player. And this is example animation weights, which I don't actually think we need. Animation graph is going to be handle. Handle. Insert animation graph handle with the handle. We're wrapping all of the handles in new types in Bevy 0.15. So anything that was a handle before, handle is no longer a component. So we have to insert the new type wrapper around whatever handle we're using. This is for node index. We are going to get rid of that for a second and just use the number 0 because we're just going to play the 0th animation. I think that that is enough. What is wrong with enable animations? Probably something around the arguments that I used. The trait into observer system is not implemented. FN trigger. I think this is a moment where we need to. First argument is trigger. E event B bundle M. See if the add observer changed. I don't think it did. I think it just changed name. Add observer, observer into observer system, event bundle, mute app. Here's an example of React on removal. This is trigger on remove my component with a query. Looks fine to me. What is our code doing? Enable animations, trigger. Scene instance ready. I think scene instance ready is correct. Where was the other docs that we were looking at? Scene instance ready. Triggered on a scene's parent when scene instance becomes ready to use. Yes, yes, yes. Let's look in pause animation frame. So observe, pause animation frame, trigger scene instance ready, children. Maybe I made my queries incorrectly. Enable animations, trigger. This isn't used. Let's comment all of this code out for a second. And that works. Does asset server work? Yes. Does query work? Yes. Does animation graphs work? No. That's because this is what? Res mute assets animation graph with commands. And then animation graphs needs to be mute because it's no longer a random utility function. And the little character does nothing. Okay. Ah, finally caught you live. Morning. Hey, Rich. How's it going? Res assets. Yeah. Res mute in this case. The handles changed. That's Bevy 0.15. Yes. The handle change and the removal of component on handle is in 0.15. So unless you're using the release candidate, you're not going to run into that. Okay. So commands, entity, insert, handle, animation 0 from character, root, animation graph. Let's do adding graph. I don't think we need to keep the animation graph around because we insert it on the handle here. We don't use example animation weights in any of our systems, so it doesn't really matter. Player play index repeat should be enough. I guess technically we should be doing some association between the scene and the entity that we're adding this on. But I'm not terribly concerned about that. I'm more concerned about if we're even targeting correctly here. So we've got adding graph here that works, or at least the loop is running. So we get the animation graph. We add the animation graph to the assets database. We get the handle for that animation graph. We insert the animation graph handle onto the entity that we want to play, and then we take the player and we play 0. I'm wondering, yeah, we got the indices wrong. So now we have a waving humanoid figure that is made out of blocks that we created in Blender, animated in Blender, weight painted in Blender, exported as GLTF, pulled into Bevy, and are now animating. And it only took 2.5 hours. To be fair, it goes faster if you're not on stream, but we can name him Simon. Okay, so that was an adventure. Let me commit this so that we have the code here. Let me not commit the blend. The blend file I think can go in. I think that's all fine. Won't be too bad. Maybe not .blend1. I think that's what, get reset. Yeah, cool. So we got the blend, the GLTF. The GLTF and the data probably don't need to be around. So let's not include them either. So we've got the cargo with the dependencies that point to the RC, the blend file with the character and the animation in it, the character with the GLB, and the main that will actually run. Simon can wave at us will be the commit message. Reminds me of the Google Maps Street View guy. Oh yeah, the little yellow thing. Let me create this repo and push it up in case anybody wants to do that. Why YouTube live Bevy animation events? From a live stream, a character created, animated, weight painted in Blender, and loaded and animated in Bevy. Public, disable projects in Wiki. Let's get that remote in here. Cool. So this now contains all of the assets up to this point, if anybody is interested in looking at that and or doing anything with it. There is some commented out code that we are going to get rid of here, but that's fine. Probably do some Clippy cleanup. Cargo Clippy. Make sure this still runs, even though all I removed was comments. Save that for later. Maybe do a little recording. Record video. This will be what I post on social media later. Maybe, I don't know. Save. Cool. So we've got the code. We are animating. We're doing our things here. We've got default plugins, a setup system, and an enable animations observer. All the interesting stuff happens in the enable animations observer, but the setup is a camera, directional light with some shadow config, and spawning in the character as scene root, so it spawns in at 0, 0. So enable animations uses the scene instance ready observer, or observer event, whatever you want to, however you want to phrase that. Then we take a couple of queries for different things. We iterate over all of the animation players in total, but we could do this just with inside of the scene entity. For any of those players, we do an animation graph that we add a clip to. A clip is fully weighted. The animation is animation index 0. We take that animation graph and insert it into the animation graphs resource, so resmute assets animation graph. Then we insert that animation graph handle onto our entity with the player, and then we play the first animation. I guess the animations are 1 indexed and not 0 indexed, unless 0 is the root. And I didn't attach the animation to the root somehow. But yeah. You want to make an infinite moving background made of stars, little white points. Should you use a compute shader? I don't think you need to use a compute shader. It really depends on what you're trying to do. If you just want an infinite moving background made of stars, you can just do a regular material with the material trait, and then have a full screen quad, and then do a fragment shader. And the fragment shader can be infinite. Yeah, just like Xavier's saying, if you just animate the position over time, then you'll have a scanning infinite moving background made of little white points. You could get fancy and like determine where the little white points are using, you know, noise, like simplex noise or Perlin noise or anything like that, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I think you can use you definitely could do it in a compute shader if you really wanted to, if you like want to learn compute shaders or something like that. But you can also do it much more simply with a fragment shader on like a quad. Off topic, how do you best encapsulate spawning entities with preset children and not just components? So the future answer is the Bevy scene notation is supposed to help that. If that is an angle that you're interested in looking at, then what is it? I can't believe it's not BSN. This is by Alice, so maintainer of Bevy. Doesn't seem to have docs. Not a terribly complicated library, but also doesn't seem to have docs. There is some documentation in Discord if you want to look in the crate releases. I assume that this also has docs on docs.rs. But this is one option for doing spawning with children. There are other people doing other things. There's a number of different ways to encapsulate things. Custom commands is one of them. What's the answer for a newbie? I think a custom command is probably it. It really depends on what you're trying to spawn. But a custom command will give you full access to set up an entire chain of things. I don't know if there's a custom command example. Yeah, here we go. So the Bevy cheat book has a custom command. There's also observers and one-shot systems, and things like that. It's really up to you how you want to do things like that. But in general, this right here is what I would do currently. Impl command for my custom command. You get full access to the world, which means you can do any spawning in here, anything you want to do, as long as whatever you're doing is fully encapsulated. This will let you do whatever you want with however deep you want, and then you do commands.q, I think it is in 0.15, but commands.add in 0.14, and you just can .add a bunch of them. Yeah, the Bevy new 2D repo has a lot of abstractions. I'm a little hesitant to recommend looking at it. Yeah, I don't know. Like it does have some spawning abstractions in here, but it also has a bunch of different abstractions, and I think for newer people it can be more confusing than helpful in some cases. They also change this fairly often, so I don't know that I'm up to date on the current approaches that they've decided to use. But at one point they had a whole like full-on spawning abstraction. And then you spend a bunch of time like learning a bunch of the abstractions that are just in this repo and not used anywhere else. So it can be helpful. It goes either way, you know. I don't know what the current state of it is, though. I haven't looked recently. But yeah, custom commands are probably the most solid way to do that today. Any of the other approaches, like using observers or using one of these other fancy new libraries, like I can't believe it's not BSN, et cetera, are all a little bit more experimental. Commands are there. They work. They've worked for a long time. If that works for you, keep doing it. Cool. So that's one animation. It would be nice to have two and to work with a little bit of the masking. The other thing is animation events. So I'm thinking like a very basic walk cycle masked to the bottom legs, and then the arm still keeps waving. And maybe we do a punch animation or something instead, so that we can mask the feet off and do that. Because masking is one of the things that is really interesting about 0.15. So this actually, I think, includes a bunch of specifications for all the bones. Later, Trevor. Thanks for hanging out. So let's look at this masking example. Set up scene, spawn a camera, spawn a light, spawn the scene root. That's the same thing that we saw in the other examples. There's a bunch of UI for this that we're going to ignore. This is setting up the animation graph. So the animation graph here wants to add a clip with a mask. The masks come from, where do the masks come from? If animation index is 0, else 0, 3F. Okay. So this is a mask index. So the question is then, we have to construct the mask groups ourselves. That's interesting. Back from lunch, but still 8 minutes behind. We got it to wave. Okay, so there's a bunch of... This is not terribly important. This is just constructing name components. Add each bone in the chain to the appropriate mask. We only have like 6 bones, so we can do this manually. Animation target ID, animation graph, add target to mask group. So the target ID is going to be the bone target and the mask group index. So for us, we're going to probably create a mask group with just the legs and a mask group for, I don't know, the right arm, possibly. And then all animation target IDs I did see something in the PR that we were looking at earlier that makes me take a second. I think masking is when we're going to have to switch to the main branch. Specifically, they changed the way the blending works in some cases. It makes it more regular and more consistent now, but it does mean there's a current difference between the release candidate and what's on main. So in the existing implementation, additive blending effectively treats the node with the least index specially by forcing its weight to be 1, regardless of what its computed weight would be. And additive blending and masking is what we're looking for. So our waving animation, I guess, could be the base, or I think actually the walking animation probably is the base. We'll see. So this is related to like how that masking behavior works and what happens to the blending when things are masked. So the base animation always has a weight of 1. I guess we could have some kind of basic walking animation. Base clip, additive 1, additive 2. Or we could have like the T-pose, right, as an animation. Well, we don't have a T-pose. We have more of an A-pose, but you know what I mean. Okay, I think this is going to make it into 0.15, so we'll play as if it does. The big question for me is that there's some talking about base clips and additive clips. I get the concept of additive clips, right? An additive clip would obviously be masked just for the thing that it's modifying. But the base clip then doesn't theoretically have a mask or includes everything. I think that I'm not sure from reading this which needs to be true or which can be true, I guess. Whether the base clip would then mask out anything it's not touching, and then the additive clip would modify those things, or if the base clip needs to have everything, and then the whatchamacallit, because theoretically the arms would be involved in a walking motion, and then we would mask out the arm. If you want another animation, you're going to want to add action in Blender to get a second action. Okay. Add. Add action. I could very easily not have something enabled. Or just be in the wrong thing. Does pose give us a different menu? Yeah, base clip is simply the lowest layer, but for Bevy's implementation, I'm not sure if it requires anything to be true, right? Not in the 3D view. You say not in the 3D view, but we don't have add anywhere else. Bone collections. Ideally, we're probably using the bone collections for masking. Yeah, I mean, I get that I need a new one here. But and like I could copy and paste that, right? But sure, but same thing. Like the same result, right? Like the there is no add here. So saying add a new action doesn't fit anywhere. A does not do, okay. Shift A does not do that either, by the way. That's why I'm looking for the menu. Marker, add marker, sync markers, channel, key, discontinuity. Group, protect, unprotect, summary. I can change it to action editor. That doesn't seem to help. Are the action editor? The action editor isn't the NLA editor, is it? Those are different things. This is like the old version of animation, right? Layout, rendering, animation. Timeline, graph, nonlinear animation. Yeah, so now we can have different tracks, and different tracks are, I guess we could add an action too, but. So this now, what does this become now that we did it? I guess it's just an action that we could potentially run on a track. Well, I can now add an action to that track, I think. Editability, channels. Push action down onto the top of the NLA stack as a new strip. Yeah, Xavier does know a lot about this. Right. So like even if we do that, even if we go back to the dope sheet, there is no like add action here. I've seen the NLA track editor used for like if you look at Kenny assets or something inside of Blender, you end up in the NLA track editor. So I don't think it's exclusive. The question still is how do we add a second animation, which I think is time to search for. Proportional editing, custom properties. Yikes, man. Just go into the action editor and click new at the top, then animate away. Yeah, where's new? New modifiers, constraints, track. Shade smooth, animation, insert keyframes, bake action, rigid body stuff. And the action editor top panel, there's a button add action. In the action editor top panel, there's a button called add action. There, new action. Oh my. Oh my. Okay. So this is going to be walk now. So we've got walk and wave. Let me go over to the NLA track editor and delete that random walk track. So that I don't get confused later. Dope sheet, walk. Guess none of these really need to be there anymore, although probably these are delete keyframes. Okay. Welcome to the adventure. Okay, so now we have walk. I am not going to put that much effort into making this like a great walking animation. So what do we think? We think we have quarter, half, quarter, right? So we've got 24 over 4 is 6. So every 6 frames, we need a key. And then we do the legs specifically. Here. Nothing selected to key. Okay. Pose mode. Left, right. And then at 24, we want to be back here. And at 6, yes. I'm going to delete that. You're talking about this, right? Right. So now there's nothing here on the arm. Thank you for calling that out early. Blender is a bit more modal than Vim. That's, you know, it's tough to be more modal than Vim. Yeah, because if we're there, then it's a quarter of the frames to front and back. It's another half of the frames to front and back. And it's another quarter. I want to start in the A pose or whatever though. So this is bone leg right. I think we're just going to rotate. What is that the rotation on? That's a rotation on X. Let's do a grab on Y and move it out a little bit. I'm just going to do it by feel for the most part. So the poses that I'm doing are right foot forward, left foot back, left foot forward, right foot back. And that's just the general gist of how I'm going to do this. And will it be perfect? No, absolutely not. But I'm not terribly worried about that. Yes, don't forget to press I, yes. So we've got this, and then we'll have this, but the opposite way at 20. I only had the one selected. Dang it. So now I need to redo it, right? Whoops. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about mirroring or anything too much right now. I'm definitely going to. Can I Shift D these? Put them here so that I can work off of that, and then this is going to be. Let's see. 6 plus 6 is 12. So 10, 11, 12. So it needs to be here. That doesn't look right visually. That's 5. Did I do my math wrong? Ten, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 0 to 24 is 25 frames. That's why it looks off. Yeah. So I probably shouldn't have started at 0. I don't know why I did that. Oh well. I don't particularly care too much about that at the moment. What I really care about is doing these at the moment. We did right foot forward, so now we need to do left foot forward. Again, this is not the pinnacle of animation that we're going for at the moment. You know, I didn't hit the button. I'll get it. It'll it'll work at some point. This is left forward, right? I also didn't put this bone in the probably the right place for this leg, but that's fine. Yeah, so there's an extra frame where the legs are together because I messed up and I did from frame 0 instead of frame 1. But it's good enough. We can always just do, I think, this, right? And just move these forward a frame and call the start 1. It's still a little bit awkward. It's a little bit less awkward. Because now we're doubling up the frames, technically. I feel like there's a setting somewhere to make this last frame the same as the first, but leave this frame open for the animation for this last section. But I don't know where that is. Cyclic. Yeah, that's what I need. I need the interpolation to be cyclic. I need the end to look at the beginning. Try selecting the keyframe. Interpolation mode. I'm not going to mess with any of this just yet. I think this is enable manual frame range. Oh, and cyclic. Okay, and then I can... That doesn't do it. There's still a doubling up of this particular stance. Oh, and then you're saying move this back now. And then do 0 here, you're saying, and 1 here? It's still chonky, but it's still not doing the interpolation in the way that I would want it to. I don't think, but I'm okay with this as like a general thing. Our goal today is not to do perfect animation. Our goal today is to have two animations that we can then take to Bevy and play at the same time. So if we export this, GLTF, and then Blender crashes. Character.blend. I did save it. I definitely saved it. Everything's fine. I'm a veteran of using software. So let's say that. I am habitually saving every 3 seconds. Probably should just have it be auto save. So now our first is actually the walking animation. And this is one of the things that I feel a little bit weird about in terms of how I've written the code and why we're using indices here and stuff like that. This animation index 0 doesn't work for me. Not at all. Because if I make changes, then it doesn't. I think it looks smoother in Bevy because it's smaller, not because it's better. There's still the little hitch when the frame wraps around because there's 2 frames that is the same. So I'll figure that out another time. That's not super important. What's important to me is to be able to do the workflow because then I can just spend as much time as I want to on the art in the future. Yeah, Bevy will have a UI. It's being worked on, Abdo. It's not a small amount of work. It's a huge amount of work. So yes, additive blending and masking specifically, not just blending. So if we look at index 2, we don't have Bevy Inspector eGUI or anything running, so I'm just going to recompile. We need to add the clip to make sure that we have both of them. So this will be animation 1. So we have waving now. And we also have walking, we'll call it. I don't know who walks without moving their upper body, but you know, Simon does. Yeah, to some extent, yes, Cram, but you have to write the integration code to do it. I don't think that the specified labels here will let you do it by name. I will look into that deeper in the 0.15 stuff to see if something got added. You can definitely do it if you actually load the GLTF, query for the GLTF resource, and then go through the animations by name. You can do it that way. So if you go to Bevy 15 GLTF, GLTF is going to have a bunch of fields on it, and you can get this resource if you load it in. At which point you have meshes and named meshes. So if we did this way, we got the GLTF file, we would have a hash map of all the names with the animation clips and the handles. Then we could build up our animation graph from that using the names. We just didn't do it in this example. Yeah, you remember me doing that for the laundry game. It was not easy. It was, yeah. I think it's gotten a little bit better, but it's definitely not Like the scene instance observer is really helpful for that compared to the laundry game. If you want to polish it later, you probably also want to give the wave a little body tilt to engage the hips and more natural and cuter. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, the animation here is not physically based. It's not even doing things like the hips would move when you were walking, right? You don't just stand there. But yeah, and like your shoulder typically moves when you're waving too, right? Things like that. Okay, add clip, and we have the graph, we have the handle. Let's take a look at the masking in the example. Animation masks. I do wish this was just written out, I think. Okay, so entity, insert animation graph handle. Play animation graph node. So for these animations, add additive blend 1 graph root. And then, God, this is a lot of context to keep in your head. So we've got animation graph. Animation graph, add additive blend 1 on the root. It gives us the blend node. The blend node then, it's like root blend node. Animation graph, add clip with mask. So that's the handle to the clip. The bone masks the weight and the blend node, or the parent, I guess, is the right way to say that. And this is doing a from function on what? Oh, dang. Okay. They're doing array from function, this function. But where are they getting the extent? From function creates an array where each element is the returned from using that element's index. From function I. Oh, because the array is 3, so it goes 3. Okay, yeah. Okay, we're using const generics excessively for that. So because this is an array of dimension 3, then this array from function gets called 3 times. That's really interesting. You're an amateur in animation, but you like the wave animation, but for walking, I feel there should be some difference between leg forward and backward. No, you're absolutely right. Totally. To be clear about what we're doing, in case you just came in, this is not like finalized animation. This is just kind of like workable animation. Because what we're trying to do is take it out of Blender as a GLTF, run it inside of Bevy, and then mask the two animations together, which is new in 0.15. I don't like the term programmer art, honestly. I feel like calling it programmer art implies that programmers shouldn't be doing art or can't do art or any number of those things. And I feel like we would be better off if we stopped calling things programmer art and called them what they are, like practical or something, and encouraged more programmers to get into art and do more of the animation. Like in this case, it's low effort practical animation. You understand what you're kind of asking just for educational purposes? Yeah. So really what we would do if I was really doing animation is I would go look for running or walking animation. And I would do this in, somewhere, right? I would find a video of somebody running. I would do it at a horizontal and I would look at the way they ran and then map that to the actual thing that I want to do. Because real world reference is super important, especially if you aren't necessarily an athlete and don't know how many different kinds of running there are, right? Like somebody doing a cross country run is going to look very different from somebody sprinting, is going to look very different from somebody bounding, is going to look very different from somebody race walking, etc. Like there's a lot of differences depending on what, like a walk cycle isn't a thing. A walk cycle for a purpose, for a specific character in a specific context doing a specific thing is a thing. So yeah, I don't know that anyway, not to go off on an artistic references tangent, but definitely if you're doing animation, you want to be using real world references if you are trying to get something that looks realistic, or looks like it should be happening. You mean it's still the animation you do while having your programmer hat on, right? You can also put on your artist hat, I guess. I mean, like, I think it prevents people from looking into it, is what I'm saying. I think calling things programmer art is kind of like, like calling it programmer art implies that that's the only thing the person is capable of, as opposed to that's the thing they did to accomplish the task that they were working on, right? There's a YouTube channel that's just references of somebody walking in all the ways on a treadmill. That's sick. That's awesome, actually. Just what is art is variable according to who you talk to. You go with Arthur Schopenhauer's definition. I don't know what Arthur's definition is. I also don't try to define art. I think once you get into what is art, you're having a very different conversation. Okay, so we've got animation players, graph, blend node with the root. Natural animation is a pain, but we have a future with procedural animation. I think both will exist in the future for sure. Different applications. Graph nodes gives us 3 animation node indices. These indices are clips with masks. The masks are created by index. So we predict the index the mask is going to be because they are already written in this const at the top of the file. The const at the top of the file is path to why are these tuples of 2? Left upper arm, left hand, right upper arm, right hand, left leg, left foot. These are kind of chains. Left leg, left, or right leg, right foot. Hip, tail, tail. I think these are just arbitrary groupings and they just happen to be 2 bones each. The names of the bones that each mask group consists of. Each mask group is defined as a prefix, suffix, tuple. Oh. Prefix, suffix, tuple. Mask group consists of a single bone chain rooted at the prefix. For example, if the chain's prefix is ABC and the suffix is DE, then the bones that will be included in the mask group are ABC, ABCD, and ABCDEE. Oh. Okay, so this is writing a path from root to spine and then including spine, neck, and head as the group. That feels awkward. Oh, the fact that our mask groups are single chains of bones isn't an engine requirement. It just so happens to be the case for the model. A mask group can consist of any set of animation targets, regardless of whether they form a chain. Cool. I love that they called that out. That is really important. According to them, art is something that makes you think about the art piece and how it makes you feel, but nothing else. Sure. Art is how it makes you feel is definitely a position that people take. Okay, so these masks then, do they have to be setup animations 370? So mask group paths, prefix suffix split on slash. Add each bone in the chain to the appropriate group. So I think for us, we just need the target ID for the bones because we don't have interesting chains. We can just have the names of all of our bones, as far as I can tell. In that sense, video movie is a possible form of art, but commercial movies are not. Video games can contain art, but are not a form of art themselves, according to that person's definition. I would have to read more about his opinion to have an opinion on that. Whether or not I agree with it is a totally different issue. Animation graph, add target to mask group, target ID, mask group index. So we get to create our own groups of bones. I think that I feel weird about reading this number. 0x3f. If it's interactive or you want to progress in the story and know what is next, then it's not art. I don't know. I think I wouldn't agree with this person, but you know, you're just representing some old dead guy. So I'm not gonna get into that. Create mask group. So these are hash sets. I really feel like this is more complicated than it would need to be for you to actually do something with this. A 100 ways to walk. That sounds like a video that would be interesting. Like, I feel like going into Blender, having that video as reference, and then making 100 walk animations would be really useful practice. So what is the path forward here? We need to set up our animation graph. Our animation graph needs to have an additive blend for the two animations that we care about. So I think we have to add this blend node. This blend node becomes the parent for the two clips that we're adding. So we put that here. And then blend node becomes the root here, right? So theoretically, One would be which indice now? Okay, so this is now pointing to the IDs of the nodes. So we've got that and that. One no longer plays anything currently, which is interesting. And then 0 is nothing, right? It's the root. So we've got root, blend, 2 leaf nodes. Let's check add clip to make sure we did the right thing here. Add clip parent, absolutely. So that blend node is the parent with the weight. And we need to add these clips with masks rather than just adding them. Right? So we've got handle, the mask, the weight, and the parent. The masks then need to be indices as well. So there should be new from clips, add clip with mask. Yeah, I don't think there needs to be a definition for it at the end of the day. I think of all things, you can have your own personal definition, but once you try to like force that definition on other people, that's when it becomes problematic. I don't think anybody's doing that in chat right now. I'm just talking about it. I think everybody can have their own definition of what it means to them. It's the same reason like you don't buy an art piece unless it really speaks to you personally, unless like you care about it, right? Like don't buy an art piece because somebody else thinks it's good art. Buy an art piece because it speaks to you specifically. And whatever you consider art at that point is just anything, right? It's whatever you want to spend money on that makes you feel something or whatever. With the given weight and mask, but how do we get the masks in? Right? The mask groups, each value is a bit field. That's why it's confusing. Hell. Okay, it's a bit field in which 0 indicates that the animation target doesn't belong to mask group, and 1 in position N indicates that the target does belong to mask group N. So we need animation target IDs, which are inherently already involved. So it's all the bones. So we need to create animation target ID from name, at which point, in this case, cube. So animation target ID let's take a look in here. I didn't re-export that GLB, so let's do that so I can take a better look at what's in the GLTF. Let's take a look at the GLTF. Let's go for what then? Like bone, arm, LR are the names. So let's try bone arm R. Animation target ID. Bone arm R. And this needs to be, oh, name new. That's why. Name new bone arm R. Is that correct? Looks like it. I'm interested in whether this is an issue or not. When importing, asset loaders typically use the full path name from the armature to the bone to generate these UIDs. The ID is unique to the full path name. We don't have paths. We have a bunch of individual bones. We don't have a root bone. So I think we're good in that sense. What is the issue with this right now? Oh, because it needs to be a reference to the name? Oof. Okay, so this is animation target ID. Bone arm R. So this theoretically would be the mask for the wave, right? The wave, have we identified? This is the annoying part. Add with mask. Mask is which argument? Not a huge fan of like the way this API shakes out from a usage perspective. But acknowledging also that it is low level APIs. So wait is second to last. No, wait is second to last. So mask is before wait. So technically this is what we want. Add clip with mask. But this is not the wave, right? The wave is the second one for us right now. So we need to do that here. Expected U64 found animation. That's because this needs to be .0. Why did I end up doing this? Add clip with mask. Mask is a U64. Well, link to Wikipedia doesn't help me. Animation target ID doesn't give us a U64. The U64 is the mask, which is why that other thing has 0x3f. So we can do maybe a .get here. Right, like theoretically this would give us the mask. See if that even runs. Okay, so I feel like mask groups doesn't have anything in it at the moment. So let's get rid of that and let's do this. And I think this is going to be 0. Yeah, there's nothing in that. Cool. So look back at our example. And this is doing animation target ID, add target to mask group. So we need to run this. Here. So with the target for bone arm R, we're going to put that in mask group index 1. Why? Arbitrarily. So let's do that and run this and see if mask group happens. Mask group does happen. So we can then say that this is going to be 1, right? And this is add clip with mask. Okay, so we don't crash. So at this point, I feel like we want to be playing the first index because 2 and 3 are, 3 is wave and 2 is walk and 1 is blend node. And the blend node is supposed to be additively blending, right? So blend node, additive blend of 1 on the root. We're adding bone arm R to the mask group for 1. Let's do wave mask. Let's take this and put this here, wave mask. And I don't think that that's true, that we can put that there. Okay, so wave mask is 1, add clip 0 on the blend node, add clip on the blend node. This is added with a mask. This does what? Adding the clip with the mask works. So let's see if it doesn't work if we add the wrong mask. Because 3, it doesn't change anything about that. Cool. Oh, the other thing is that we need to do the main branch. I forgot about that. So let's get rid of this for a second. Git equals the repo, branch equals 0.15, release 0.15, 0, I think is the branch. We need the git repo. Run that. That's going to pull it down and build. I actually don't know if that commit is in the release branch. Maybe we should be working off main. I think it is. Death Stranding. I never played Death Stranding. Yeah, I'm enjoying indie games a lot more these days too. I actually was into Rocket League for a long time. Um, and then did Fortnite for a little while. And then I basically spend more time figuring out how to make games now and then playing indie games that I think are interesting. So mask group hash map U64. Should we debug that out again? We already are. Cool. Just hopped on. What is Chris building? We're doing animation masking with 0.15. So we did animation for walking in Blender, animation for waving in Blender, exported. So we did the modeling, the armature, the bones, the rigging, the weight painting, exported all of that to GLTF, pulled the GLTF into Blender, or into Bevy, sorry. We've played the walking animation, we've played the waving animation, and we've built up the animation graph and everything. And now what we're working on is playing them together with masking. So additive blending and masking so that the wave happens at the same time as the walking animation. Speaking of games, I've actually been playing Pokemon Go a lot lately, which is definitely one of those mobile games with microtransactions and stuff, but has been great for like giving me reasons to walk around more, which is what I'm using it for. Yeah, so we're at the point right now where we're trying to add the clips with the masks, and it's not quite clear. So this says 2. Animation target with 2. So maybe we put the number 2 here instead. I feel very skeptical of the whole like bit field thing here. Like it doesn't matter what number we put here, does it? For the masking. It doesn't even matter what bone we mask for the target. So I don't feel great about the debugging process here. Do you think these are still too low level issues, or are they this needs to be improved fundamentally issues? I think the fundamental improvement just happened. The fundamental improvement happened from 14 to 15. I still think these are too low level issues. Like, why am I dealing with a bit set? Right, Cram? Like, the idea that I would have to manually specify a bit flag and the combination of those bit flags to be able to mask out bones feels very low level to me. It doesn't feel like it's wrong in the sense that like there's something technically wrong or it's whatever. It just feels very like I have to specify bones by their names. I have to go figure out what the right like sequence of names to get to the bone is. I have to figure out how to create the mask groups, how to specify the bit set. It's low level. It's not wrong. Is kind of where I'm landing on it right now. I think there will be APIs that grow that end up being higher level. I'm sure that people will build crates that do higher level stuff. I'm sure that Blenvy specifically will handle a little bit more of this for you, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I still think it's a low level thing, because like it's that right now, and a combination of this example being fairly large and not necessarily all animation mask related. Um, because like for me personally, I feel like I want to see, I guess, the GLTF of this to know where the bones are and to know where these names are coming from, and like how do I know that I got the right name, for example. Yeah, animation target ID, add each bone. So this is for any of them, add target to mask group. Mask group is just an index. Animation target ID is the bone ID. So this is our animation target ID for bone arm R, if I got this name correct, which we then add to wave mask, which in this case is 1. Let's change that to like 5 and see what happens. Right, so 5 for the wave mask turns into 32 for the actual mask. So like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to like put 32 here now? You know? It's a little awkward in that sense. Animation graph handle. It does seem, remove animation targets that aren't in any of the mask groups. If we don't do that, then these bones will play all animations at once. See, but if that were true, then wouldn't the legs be moving? So we go down here and we play, right? And like 2 and 3 are the individual animations. So we play 1, which is the blend node. We play the blend node. And then it's like, why is this thing not doing anything? Bye, Xavier. Thanks for hanging out. So like connecting all of these little numbers and these bit sets and like what is supposed to be a mask group and like what the name is supposed to be and stuff like that. That strikes me as like, you're already supposed to know how to work with this, which strikes me as low level kind of thing. What if we don't do additive here? What if we do add blend? Or do we need to actually do this? And play both of them and not the root? You know? In which case, like, what is the appropriate amount of, I guess, arm wave? I feel like there wasn't enough arm wave there. Where's add blend? Let's do additive blend. right? Like, do we need to play the blend? Look at that. That's fun. That looks like it's in negative space. So additive blend does something. You know, like, I feel like it's somewhat unclear what the actual like intent behind some of this is. Um, so that 100 walks video does not include a walk like that. Yeah, I think that's from the Monty Python episode on silly walks, right? Yeah, so like something is happening there, right? So if we take the mask off, does that change the way this behaves? No. So I believe that I've messed up the masks in some way. You know? Like these masks aren't applying, and I think it might be because the bone arm R is wrong, but I also don't think the bone arm R is wrong, and I don't really have a good way to figure out like what is wrong with that arm or what is wrong with that. Let's query for just animation target IDs, I guess. I'm just going to call this debug, and we're going to go for ID and query. Debug ID, I guess. And then technically we could also have name here, and hopefully that gives us the name that we would have to use. Fn debug query for this. Why is that telling me it's bad? I did something silly. Invalid component. Oh, animation target ID isn't a component, is it? Oh, that's awkward. Okay, so what do I do then? How do I find bones? Is it the GLTF that will work for us? Animations? No. Skins, nodes, meshes, scenes. This doesn't have bones in it. It has nodes. Let's do something really silly. We're gonna log out every name available. One of the issues here is that like things like Bevy Inspector eGUI don't work currently, as far as I'm aware, with the release candidate. So we can't use those to investigate the tree. Okay, bone arm R is correct, it looks like to me. I think not even Monty Python has figured out how to clip through themselves. um, Okay, so bone arm R, bone leg L, those seem correct because otherwise they would be long hash separated things. So target ID from name, bone arm R, looks correct. And then we also need bone leg L and bone leg R, right? Or like, I guess we don't need them. This is also one of the other questions. Like, is the base animation supposed to have so this is leg L and leg R, right? I'm just hard coding this stuff because it's significantly easier to debug when things are like just explicitly spelled out like this. And then this add target to mask group needs to be a different mask group, right? And this needs to happen twice. So this mask will be mask, I don't know, 8. The animations are definitely linked to the bones. Pretty sure anyway. Because we didn't like bind them to the vertices or anything. So let's get rid of this debug because we've seen the names now. Let's run this. This will show more of the mask groups, I think. So now we look at these targets, and the targets for right arm is 32, and the target for the legs is 256. So for this, should we be adding them both with masks? Right, and make this one 256 and this one 32. And then when we play, do we play both of them? Or all of them? The additive blending looks wrong, and I don't know if that's a bug or not. But it also seems to have like no effect, you know? Additive blend, one root. Let's do add additive blend. So this is the one we're using. Adds a blend node to the animation graph with the given weight and returns this index. The blend node will be placed under the supplied parent node, which is going to be the root. During animation evaluation, the descendants of this blend node will have their weights multiplied by the weight of the blend. The blend node will have no mask. So multiplied by 1 means don't change them, which I think is what we need. Because like if we do 0.5 and this is actually working, then I think we only get half of each of the animations. But this is wrong. This is actually inverted. And I don't know why it's inverted. And I think it's only inverted kind of a good base for a rhythmic game. That's funny. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know the answer here. Let's try one more thing. Let's try the main branch instead of the release branch. See if something got changed. See you, Ryan. Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Yeah, there's something about that negative angle and whatnot doesn't look particularly great. but they work individually. So maybe it's the additive blending. Maybe that just got fixed. I don't know. But I can't seem to get the masking to work. And partially that's because I really don't, I guess, understand what's happening here. Add target to mask group. Bleeding edge development be like, yeah. Yeah, working with unreleased code effectively, right? Hopefully there will be better docs on this when it actually does get released. Animation graph nodes is 3. And this is from 3 different animation indices with a blend node. So handle mask 1.0 blend node. I haven't got a clue what mask that's referring to. Or what group of masks that's referring to. Is this all of them then? Mask group index is just the enumeration of the paths, which is yeah, mask group, just some numbers. That's UI building code. This is the path. You know what? I have read these PRs as they've gone in. I read these to do the This Week in Bevy each week, so I know that this exists and I've seen and read this. It's just not entirely clear to me. So this one just changed the blending, so that should be fine. Let's do, which one would it have been? There's also like 5 PRs. Like additive blending made it in. There were some fixes. There were some integrations with curves, and then there was some more stuff. So this would be the high level one, right? Additive node. This isn't necessarily true anymore. Additive blending in combination with masks. Now controls to choose an animation clip for every limb individually. Yep, that's all the UI stuff we've been looking at. Yeah. Adds a blend node to the animation graph with the given weight and returns this index. So 0 is the root, 1 is this blend node, 2 and 3 are the ones below this that get added as children. When this does animation, it plays all of the animation graph nodes. So do we need to play the root too? Animation graph nodes. So this is literally playing everything whenever this starts. Oh, something couldn't compile. Oh no. Okay, well there's an issue with main, I guess. Make this a little smaller. That looks like a linker issue. Linking with CC failed. Yep. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm gonna have to figure this out off stream, I think. Because we're supposed to be playing all of them. We're adding these. The masking doesn't seem to be doing anything. Unless I'm just like totally messing up the masking, which is totally possible. Or maybe there's supposed to be some kind of other base animation that these are supposed to build on top of, or I don't know. Something's wrong. I need to go investigate the Fox, I think. Read a little bit of the GLTF stuff there. Investigate the masking again. So I don't know. That's unfortunate. And these, like, I don't understand why these are negative. Like, they're all pointing the opposite direction of the direction they should be. So the Fox doesn't work? Why do you say that? Let's go check the Fox out. I think the Fox should work, right? Oh yeah, the Fox does work. Yeah, let's do git checkout main. Git pull. We'll run the animated Fox just to make sure. Yeah, the negative animation is weird. It's also like entirely possible that I didn't. Oh, no space left on device. That would be my issue. Yeah. Okay. Um, that's on me. It might just be a good time to do that, to deal with that. Videos are big. Yeah, this isn't even. Yeah, I record other stuff on this. This isn't recording the stream currently, which is why nothing's failed. The stream is going from a different computer. I've learned my lesson from the past. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig into this a little bit more over the next week or so. Hopefully I'll have this fixed by the next stream, and I'll bring up at the start of the stream how this got fixed and what it's supposed to be doing. We did get a lot done. We got all of the Blender stuff, all of the animation, the rigging, the weight painting, pulled it into Bevy, got the animations to play, built the animation graph, all of that stuff. The only thing that we're getting stuck on here is the animation masking and the additive blending, which is very new, 0.15, hasn't been released yet. So I mastered Blender rigging and animation in 2.5 short hours. Sure, we can say that, I guess. I definitely have not mastered much of anything. But I have rigged stuff, so that's cool. But thanks everyone for hanging out. I think I'm gonna go get some food because I am quite hungry at this point. And we'll see you next Saturday. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks Cram for the suggestions. Appreciate you. And I'll see you next week.